everybody, welcome in. I started a little early today, but there's a good reason. There's a good reason. Why do I feel like... am I really too far? Hi, Nikki. Hi, Tori. How are we doing? So there's actually a reason why I started early today, and hear me out. First of all, this shit is so loud. Let's hold on. This is very, very loud. So as you guys know, I am a nap enjoyer, and I was afraid that if I tried to take a nap before stream, I wouldn't wake up and I would miss stream. But I was like, I don't want to sit around waiting for stream because then I'll just get bored and then I'll get sleepy. So I was like, I'll just start stream a little bit early and play until I get like too tired I can't take it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll keep playing. Maybe I'll just enjoy it. You miss me? I couldn't. You're right, Nikki. I just couldn't wait to see you. You're right. Izaro. Hello. Bonjour. Hello. How are you? Okay, let's... I think that's all I can do right now is the esquier. Naps are the best. Hi, Oni. Naps are the best. Can't redeem first. Stream has been live for 7 minutes. Well, oh. Gotta be faced. Gotta be faced. Who is S? Oh. Hello. Oh, look at a thing. There's a thing over there. I need it. I need it. Spent all day. Bring out one thing, but finally made headway at the end of the day. Hey. As long as headway was made. CL. Okay, sure. Wait, what? Okay, sure. She doesn't have any? Who has some? Oh, she has 45. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, let's do... Okay, so now I've got 20 to go with. Let's see. What's everyone else's? 426, 444. Okay, so let's get her into the 400s. There we go. Got your PC case today? Almost got everything. Let's go. How'd the rest of the day go? Did Zach find a scapegoat for the credit card thing? Well, the credit card thing, like, was kind of my fault, but not even remotely close to being my fault. Like, I'm responsible for, like, cleaning up, like, the back end of our... like email and like user portal and stuff like that. So like when people get let go, I'm the one that goes in and like disables it and everything. So I'm like the admin of our like user portal. And apparently one of the many subscriptions that we have for this system that controls everything that we do was connected to somebody's credit card that no longer like works here. So like their credit card was off, and he was like, why is this still on Alex's credit card? Like, why, how did this even happen? You're responsible for this. And I was like, I mean, I am not really responsible for it, but like, whatever. Like, I was like, that's kind of not really accurate, but yeah, no, whatever. Because I'm the admin, like, he's like, I should have like fucking just noticed. I should have just noticed, Izaro. I should have just noticed. God, I'm the worst. I should have just noticed. I should have just noticed. I know. I should have just figured it out all by myself like a big girl. The worst. Wolfie, hello. Welcome in. how are we? Ark, hello, welcome in, how are we? Listen, before anyone says anything, there's a reason why I am early. 2 skill points, no. 14 skill points, okay. Shit happens, exactly. How's everyone doing, guys? Welcome in, welcome in. Phantom Blade, 1 dark damage, consumes foretell. Here we go, let's do this one. That I don't want to go to. You know what though? I say that you don't have to. I've made the executive decision that you don't have to go. Say hi, I'm heading to Disney. I know, yeah, I know. Crazy. I hope you enjoyed Disney. Hope you enjoyed Disney. Never early or late. You're precisely when, yes, a wizard always arrives precisely when he means to. You're right. You're right, Nikki. All right, so there's a big man there, but there's a picky uppy thing over there. So I'm gonna go this way. The picky uppy.
Nice.
Can I not get up there? Okay. I can go here though. I can go here though.
We can use that.
We could use that. Yes, we can. Squat, squat, squat. All right. Well, I guess I gotta go talk to this big man. Hello.
Oh, Picobano. Ocarito, passwordito, mi parino.
Oh, it's get out of the way.
To shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustav, you're the loudest.
You're the loudest.
Really? Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Get out of my way!
You big me? No.
Tupakima ba parino.
No.
No. It's just it's the password.
Pico femico la gorgranda baribomino passwordito.
Just go.
Gomiku rapito sava.
Oh my god. It was a troll all along.
Look, I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural.
Big
I've forgotten in about a
meanie.
minute.
Look at
I'm
how bad
sorry.
he feels. See? Look at how bad he feels. Come on. Look how bad he feels. Look at how bad Robert Pattinson feels. All right, give me the wait. How do I get that? How do I get that? He wouldn't have to feel bad if he was a big meanie. No, if he was a big meanie, he wouldn't feel bad. Duh. Is there really no, like... How do I get that thing?
Interesting decor.
SK is said to feed on light.
Are you
Wait,
okay?
how do
Maya?
I get that
I
thing?
don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
Deja vu, why?
Light here. It feels a little. I don't know. Yeah.
I love how CL's talking and she's like not even here. You're not even included, CL. Alright, how get? Oh, hiccups. Are you supposed to be able to grab this? No. None. Like, there's clearly an opening. but not from this side. The way out. We shall see. I like the little bubble noises. Oh! I need to fight that doll. Is there fall damage? No, there's not. Give me your costume, bitch. Give me your CL costume. Alright, first fight of the day. Let's go. See if I've lost it overnight.
Let me help.
Remember, are these guys weak to ice?
Finesse and grace.
You always lose it every time you stop playing. You know, as offensive as that sounds, you're not wrong.
Place on me.
Never stop playing. Oh, if only. If only I didn't have to work. Get kicked in the face. Get kicked in the face? Can you get shot? Are you a shooty McShooty?
Let's spill some
Wow, this is like no damage right now.
plum.
Alright, let's see. Ah! 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 Okay. My timing's off. Wait, wait, I need a minute. I need a minute, game. I need a minute. I need to practice again. I'm doing no damage. Like, I'm doing so little damage. Holy schmooks. Till you break them? Yeah, no, I know, but like, oh shit, I wasn't looking. Shit, I wasn't looking. No! Alright, I'm gonna have to restart this fight, obviously. She's 4. Rain of Fire is 5, okay. Oh no, can I like, chow, chow, chow. Alright. See, I just needed a second, game. Alright, so let's get a stop.
Not leaving you behind.
Oh fuck. That's the last one.
Let's spill some ink.
Yeah, I need to redo this one. I don't think she has any break. Oh, she does. She has a break right here.
Okay.
I hit all of the buttons, I swear. Oh, that's right. I have CL now. All right, CL, you have to like, you have to clutch it for the fucking team. Okay. I was clearly late on the last two. What? Timing. I need to get my timing back. Okay, it's fine. Let me fight this fucking mime again. Where is it? Wait. I don't need to re-heal or anything, right? No. Because I just died. Alright. I need to just get I need to get him charged up so he can use his break. Timing, I know. Like,
SKA is said to feed
it's
on
gonna
light.
take me a minute.
Are you okay, Maya?
As much as I've played Elden Ring,
Getting a bit of
yeah, I already heard you this time.
deja vu again.
I still need time to like get my timing all squared up sometimes.
Feels a little
You just ordered merch? Oh, let's go, Oni. Let's go. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much. All right. I need to get him charged up. Okay. Defenseless. No, let's set it on fire. Okay.
Okay.
Oops. Early on the third one. Early on the third one, late on the first one. I'll do that. Just terrible. Just garbage. Absolute garbage. Stanceless.
Get ready.
Okay. Oh, what is... Okay, somehow I managed to pull the last one out of my ass. That's crazy. Alright, we're healing. Yeah, we're healing ourselves. Holy shit. Okay. 2 overcharge, 2... Okay, let's just attack this. Is that bitch burning? I don't have enough AP. The last one.
Chroma is
I was
flowing.
doing so good last night with some of these combos. Now I'm either too early or too late. She has no AP, okay. Break already, you son of a bitch. Break already, you son of a bitch. En garde.
Get ready.
I have 3 stains. Need one more stain to get the break thing. When will you break? Honestly.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink. Yeah, no, I know. It was a hypothetical, like, why are you taking so long? Why are you being a poo-poo doo-doo head? Oh, it's so close. She still has 3 motherfucking stains. Fine, I'll do this one.
Lightning strike.
Let's overcharge this bitch.
For those who come off.
Now the motherfucker's broken. Let's go. Broken. Okay. Da 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 da. No longer stunned. Get kicked in the face. Okay. He's got 5. It's got an 11 stack of burn. Like, that's crazy. I know, isn't the music so good?
Thanks.
Oh, that was way early. Ah! Baguette! Baguette! Alright, that's 2 of the baguette skins. I need to find the others. I'm afraid I may have missed Gustav's. Which you can hit 40 with a single attack.
Nice.
Listen. No spoilers. I'm kidding. No spoilers. I can't believe I could attack. Wait, was there something on the top of that? No, I guess it was just the way it lit up. Okay. Oh, here we go. Astarion does approve. Astarion probably misses me. Oh yeah, I like fucking yeeted myself over here. What's over here? A thingy. Oh my god, I can't aim. Is it too far? Wait, where's my little handgun? Where's the mother to— No, I don't want Gustav to be Astarion. I love Gustav. I love Robert Pattinson. I mean, Hob Rattinson. Hobbert Rattinson. Whoa. There's like too much stuff. I can't do everything. All right, how do I can't grab this? There's no way. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no way. What do these little thingies do? How come I can grab some stuff and some stuff they're like, no. No, no. Literally unplayable. I want my money back. Game has too much content. Can't decide where to go. Too overwhelmed with choices.
We can use that.
0 out of 10. There are people actually out there like that, though. I know I'm joking. There are people actually out there like that. Who are like, I don't know, like the game is just like too big. It's just like too big. Ah! Oh, I thought I was gonna die. I thought I was gonna fall into like oblivion. Oh my nose. Meeting time? Gross. I told you don't have to go. Alright, so this is enterable goop. Ugh. How do I get up here? Does someone have a double jump or something? Heidi ho! What's up, Steph? How you doing? Don't insult stupid people by comparing them.
No Esquier.
Esquier.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Don't have the attention span. I
bonjour,
know.
mon ami. Ciel.
But that's
I
a
dunno.
different thing than what I'm
Seems
saying.
nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
What?
I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami,
Mon ami?
a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquier likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory,
Who's Flory?
one of my rocks.
Rocks.
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. One whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh,
Francois is my neighbor.
okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis.
Mes amis?
Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
How? I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
So it's the little things that trip you up? Is that what that means? His little voice, I know, it's very cute. Hello. His name is Pobert Rattinson, because it's definitely not Robert Pattinson. 3 streak. Steph is out here streaking? Oh my gosh. Wait, I need to get looties. Oh, I see a thing. Oh my gosh, I see a thing. What? You guys almost fucked me up. No. First time in a while. Can I get this? Can I get this? What the fuck? Come here, let me get this. Let me zippy zip. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're on vacation this week? So you're chilling up late? Ooh, Steph's partying. Steph's going hard. Help. Jeez. All right. Okay, I need to go there. Give me. Why? Do I have to go further up? Minor tycoon on Fortnite. Okay, what? What am I not seeing? There's a thing. Okay, so there's a zip line there. And I definitely can't make... See, I definitely can't make that. What the heck? What the heck? Ugh. Alright, fine. Alright, game. You win. He reminds you of Pedro Pascal? I can't see it. I can only see Robert Pattinson. With a little touch of Oscar Isaac now that Steph mentioned it. But mostly just Robert Pattinson. Robert Rattinson.
The more information we get, the more questions I have.
Yeah, me fucking too. Oh,
You
look,
okay,
another
Sia?
zip line.
Yeah. Eskier is surprising.
Surprising. Ooh.
Nice.
Color of Lumina. Not baby eyes. You have old lady eyes, not baby eyes. It's very sad to hear. Hey guys! Hi guys! Hey guys! Hi Horseman. How are you? Is that his rock?
There's nothing here.
Who dares enter my lair?
Or
You can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
Is that... Are you Francois? He's just a talking rock.
Wait, I thought Florrie was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes?
rocks
You
for
certainly have
eyes.
rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle. Eskier!
Oh my gosh.
Stop sending hooligans over here!
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
Then keep them on your side of the caves! Now get off my lawn!
It's okay. We'll leave. We're just here for Florrie.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh my word!
Do I have to fight this
Humans! Well, over my dead body!
I'm gonna have to fight this guy.
Ah!
Look at his. Oh my god. He's just like, what do we do? What do we do? I like him. Alright, Francois has no more shields. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, I thought I dodged, but okay. That's disrespectful.
A storm is coming.
Lune, watch out!
Okay, let's see if I can time this one this way. Okay, that time was too early. Yikes. Yikes on bikes.
I won't lose again.
Yikes on bikes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. That was too late. Okay, it's too late. It's like right after it goes together in the ball is when you have to do it. That was too early. I need to get the timing of this thing. Of the burst. Do you like to dilate between these? You mean die? You like to that I die between all these characters? Kidding.
Let us stay.
Okay, now he's broken. Okay.
Ready to evade.
Shit. Okay. Too late. I need to get the timing of that. Like, I don't understand it. Well, I mean, I understand it. I'm just not getting the timing.
On me.
Okay, let's see if I can get it. That's too fucking early. Okay, I'm just gonna die a couple times just so I can get the timing of this motherfucker, because, like... Is there more than one... Is there more than one shot? Like, am I just... My fucking timing is so stupid. That one I thought was good. Okay. What do I do with this guy? Dialect. Does that do anything? Okay, attack. Transfer burns. Okay. No, not the stuff. Alright, shit. Ah, I thought I was right there. Oh, I'm getting so annoyed. Okay, got one. I got one, chat. One.
Flames. Rain.
Oh, let's go.
Okay, let's put an end to this foolishness. I need to sleep like a turtle.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Mm-hmm.
Take it and never come back.
Don't be mean.
Francois, you got smashed.
Smashed.
But know that I will never stop chasing you.
Oh.
But you can't move.
Scram!
Scram! Wait, we got the magical rock. Okay. Oh, wait. Give him back his stinking stone. I don't care now. Scram. Okay. Whatever. Fine. Why are you being mean? Because you lost? Because you lost? I saw Lahu Zahar. Lahu Zahar. Yeah, he's a sore loser. The Debbie Downer over here? I know. Go cry about it later, loser. Later, loser.
Very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
I think
An advantage.
an advantage. I think I don't know if I want to say what I think, because if it's right, which I usually am every time I make stupid guesses, I'm gonna be disappointed, and then like I'll feel like I've ruined it. But I have a guess about what I think is going on. Okay, so there's that one.
Great.
Write it down. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna say some, because there's like some things that like don't make sense, right? There's some things that don't make sense, right? So like the fact that like nobody ages, you know what I mean? Nobody ages, like they don't get any older, they don't age. And they refer to blood as ink. Like she goes, let's spill some ink. I think that they're in a painting. I think they're in a painting. Like I think the whole thing is in a painting. I don't know how. I don't understand how. But I think they're in a painting. Is my guess.
Oh? You got Flory.
That sounds right,
That's
right?
not Flory.
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory. Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs.
He got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
The rock that makes it
Your
lighter.
rocks.
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait,
Okay.
Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. Ooh. I'll meet you outside.
Oh shit, does that... Now I can go to the hook thing. Now I can go to the hook thing. Whee! Find your way through Esquia's nest. Let's go. Chow! Unlock Esquia. Whee! I can't see what numbers these are.
Expedition 66, Marcel. Damn you, Esquia, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
And now I'm losing consciousness. That way. Oh my gosh, was this it the whole time?
Useful.
Yeah. Okay. Let's save. Saving. think I just leave now. Yep. Just leave. Goodbye. SKA ability unlocked. SK can help you navigate impenetrable terrain to discover new areas on the continent. Pressing X can help you move over difficult terrain. Find other stones to improve SKA's abilities. Okay. So does that mean he can get over, like, the green stuff over here? Over here? Yeah, he can. Can he run? Yeah, he can. Let's go. What is all this? Twilight Quarry. Okay. There's more over here. We have muscle now. We're so strong. Oh. He looks scary. What's this? Stone wave. Oh, that's where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Wait. We don't want to go there yet. You can't go there yet. Whee! Crushing rocks. Crushing, crushing, crushing! I don't even know what that one crushed, but sure. Alright, what else? Oh, this is crush. This is crush. This is crush. Wait, is there more crush? No. Looked crushy for a second. Have I been all over here? There's like merchants and stuff. Flying waters. Water. Let's go in this one. Twilight Quarry. I don't know. Let's go. Oh, why am I small?
Interesting.
Why am I so little? Am I supposed to be little? I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let me try to go back in as a person instead of as Esky. Okay, so it's okay. Whatever it is, I can't do it yet or there's nothing in here. Best visuals? It's gotta be. Oh, they re-break? That's bullshit. That's kind of bullshit. There's a merchant over here. Ugh. Can I fight as SKA? It is hot in here, even with the AC on, man. Oh shit, I wasn't... Holy shit. I hate these guys, yeah. Especially that he already ate one of my characters.
I'll do it. I'm ready.
Oh shit. I literally hit the wrong button. Okay, try again. We're trying again. Oh shit, okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm fucked, okay. Clair Obscur. I'm literally still sweating. I don't understand. Like, my AC is on. I can feel cool air. I'm literally sweating right now. Ugh. Okay. So we're not going that way. But what's up? What's up? I think there is a merchant behind them though. But what's this? Is this where I need to go? Stone Wave Cliffs. Yeah, that's where I need to go. So let's go somewhere else. Somewhere else to go. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. Oh no, here's the merchant. Oh, look at that. Hello. Care for a good deal? Charming or curly? Oh my gosh. Little hairs for Gustav. Little hairs for Gustav. I wish you guys could even remotely understand the frustration of this fucking like little gnat infestation that we have right now that's like coming through our fucking pipes and shit.
100 kills, but I'm still 3 shy. I might need to do some solo hunting if I'm going to even up the score. Oh, I can hear a big nev coming. They count for double.
Horseman, that's still talking about it. Like that's still doing the thing.
I'm the fastest ball.
Right, where does this go? Yellow Harvest. Okay, let's see what that is. That's the worst. I know, it's so fucking obnoxious. Like I actually like want to fucking every time one of them like hits me in the face, I'm just like, I want to die. I would rather perish. I would rather simply perish. The pincher bugs. No, we have like, they're like, they're gnats, but they're coming out of like our like vents and our like, they come like out of our AC and like out of our drains and stuff. They're like coming from, not to be weirdo, but like they're coming from moist places. The sink, Yeah, it's very annoying. Like one of them just hit me in the cheek just a second ago and I'm like, I want to die!
Wow. That Nevron is the size of a mountain.
What Nevron?
Is it eating the mountain?
Oh my god, that Nevron. Holy shit. Can I just jump down? Whee! Wait, why am I not my boy? Ooh. I like that everything's different colors too. You know what I mean? Do you need to fight? Do you want to fight? Are you fighting? No? Okay. All it does is eat the landscape around it. Interesting. Oh, you're not crazy. I also see it. Sir. When I was at the farmer's market, yeah, the fruit fly, ugh. And it's like, at first I was like, oh, maybe it's just where I am. Maybe it's just where I live or whatever. But no, when I went to Nashville, they were in our Airbnb in Nashville too. Like, something's fucking going on in Tennessee right now where it's like bugs. Bugs. And the June bugs are like literally like this big. They're huge. It's crazy. That's bright. That's how I know sink. Ugh, God. Gross. It's disgusting. Let's be honest. It's disgusting. Alright, what are these? Okay. What are you weak to? You weak to these nuts?
Chroma is flowing.
No, you are not weak to that, okay? Let's light you on fire. Yeah! Let's also light you on fire. Oh, I fucked it up. Burn.
I'll do it.
Burn. Oh, I was too slow. Too slow. Good king. Okay. And... okay. And this one. A fire starter. That's me. Goltaram. Element. Is that earth? Is that what that is? I think that's earth. Let's see what that does. Let's go. Oh, there's a purple thing over there. Well, let's fight. I'm gonna fight so many things. A twisted fire starter. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Oh my gosh! I do the big sucky suck. Wait, does it only do big sucky? Wait, it doesn't do damage? Wait a second here. I have questions, game. I have questions.
Please survive.
Oh, I hit the wrong button. That wasn't ready.
Shut up.
I'm very confused. Okay, so now I'm just gonna hit him and see. Absorbed. Absorbed what? I need to read what this is. I clearly need to read. How is that one off? Absorbed what? It's not absorbing health. Fuck. Yeah, it's too early. I'm so confused because it's not absorbing health.
You can't beat us yet.
Too fucking early. Too fucking early. I need to figure out what the fuck this weapon does here. Because it don't do damage. All right, can I see, like, what does this do? What is that? Why? It doesn't do damage. It didn't do any damage. It just did absorb. Wait, did the enemy absorb it? That's my guess. Is that the enemy absorbed it? I'm confusion. I am confusion. Ah. Why do you make me climb so many? Why do you make me climb so many? There are two men's. Two men's. Oh wait, I think I only have 1 HP. Two of my people only have 1 HP. Okay, I think it's absorbing. I think it's absorbing and it's like it's not taking any damage. Is that what's going on?
Get ready.
Oh shit, that's multiples? Okay. Alright, so 1, 2, okay.
Not looking good.
Yes, that's precisely what I meant.
Feel the burn.
That's precisely what I meant to do.
Flames on me.
I missed the last one. Oh my gosh, one of them just touched me. Okay, I literally hit. Okay. Oh, holy shit, I cannot believe I did that. Okay. What's over there? And what's over her? A flag. I'm literally fucking sweating, chat. Like, my AC is on. It is fucking pumping. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Nice. The lights and camera, I might need to. Wait. Okay, I have health. What was that? Alright, so these motherfuckers, like, absorb all of my shit. So, I mean... yeah, see, there's no point other than to get AP.
Feel the burn.
Flames on me.
Like, what is going on? None of those, not a single parry went through. Like, what? What? Why?
Feel the burn.
Okay.
I'm ready.
What? That was perfect. Get out of here with that shit.
Let's dance. For me.
You son of a bitch. He absorbed everything. He didn't get hit at all. Great. Great. Okay, so I can't have this. I can't have this particular weapon against these guys.
Will I? So be it.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Ciel's the only one who got some XP. That's funny. Nice. Not really. But thanks.
Perfect.
Alright. Now. Ah! I did not see that guy at all. Oh no. Look at everyone has 1 fucking HP.
Please fly.
How did I? How? Okay.
Not looking good.
Yeah, not looking good.
You can't leave us yet.
Absorb. Fuck you. That was too early. Too early again. I was too late that time. I love this game. I love this game so much. I swear my timing is not changing in between people. All right. I need a thing to rest at though. There's a man trying to get my booty. Oh, I can do this, right? Yeah. All right, now let's try. Schwiggity shwooty, he come for that booty. It doesn't, I don't think it really matters. Oh, I did this again without changing my weapons from this guy.
Take them down.
Okay. That was, can I redo this?
I'm ready.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to leave because I want to change my shit.
Let's dance.
Okay, the expedition, please. Okay, cool. No, fuck you for a second. No, fuck you for a second. No! Alright, I can't have Earth on right now because they're absorbing the shit out of it. Let's do lightning, or frost, I mean. I'm fucking sweating. Oh my gosh. Resistant. Okay, resistant is not absorb though.
Get ready.
Ah, too early.
Lunde, watch out.
Too fucking early again. Maybe one day I won't be a fucking idiot. They all just burned one after another. That was funny. That was funny. Okay. Where did this... Okay, that's there. I see. I see. I see. Ooh. It's a pretty horse. Horse. Okay. I don't have to fight these guys again, do I? But I guess I should. Really? None of you are gonna mark? Okay.
Careful, Mael. Let's push forward.
That's frustrating as fuck.
I'll do it.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a multi-hit. Sucks. I didn't realize that was a multi-hit. Whatever, I guess. Maybe one day I'll be good at this game. Maybe. Maybe. Excuse me. Alright, let's give him this and this and this. Same for her. And the same for her. And her. 16 in a day, in 2 days. No. No, I don't think you understand. Okay. Okay, we have to save more for her. Right. these bad guys? You don't understand. You're just a man. I know. How dare you have an opinion in my stream? It's me. Hi. I'm the problem. It's me. Hi. Stop. I need to shoot your belly button. You bitch.
Feel the burn.
Hi.
Not looking good.
I'm the problem, it's me. Perfect. Hi, horseman. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. What? Spawning pots in my good Christian Minecraft server? Oh my god. I fucking guessed! And I parried the first one. Thank you so much for 29 whole months. That's, oh fuck me, okay.
Looking good.
Oh fuck me. Fuck it. We ball. Motherfucker dodged. Okay. Do this one and heal. I got 95. Okay. Hiya, how are you? How are ya? Yeah. So I'm Pinxel mod. It's all the secrets you keep. Hiya. What? What's going on? Oh my god. Oh my god. Those are fucking laser beams. Okay, well, I wasn't anticipating lasers.
I'm waiting.
What? Obscure. What do I do about the fucking laser beams? The fucking laser beams. Fucking laser beams. No, come here. That's kind of creepy. All right. Let's just attack a motherfucker.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. See, that's why I think it's all painting, all of it. That's my theory. That's my theory, guys. It's all a painting.
Brace yourselves.
Okay. Okay. That's so many combos. Okay.
A storm is coming.
Okay. A storm is coming. Ringo! Stop. Just enjoy the game. What do you mean? Why am I not enjoying the game? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some motherfucking ink. My theories? Why? That's not enjoying the game.
Right.
I'm just guessing.
A storm is coming.
It's just some of the things they say are silly, you know? Some of the things they say are silly, that's all. Is that it? Wait, isn't there more is there more than one? Nope. Well, I guess not. Oh, I guess not. Do I see a thing? Why do I have a very slight rumble on my controller? Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Oh, okay, that's not good. The flying one's not good. Flying one's not a good time. Oh, okay, they're both getting really close. Wait, I can have one more each. Oh my god, he's almost dead. They're both gonna, I think they're both gonna burn though. Burn, burn. Okay, so just this guy. Right, so swing, 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 and swung. Okay, okay. At least I got a couple. Whatever.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
On fire.
I was too
Let's push
fucking
forward.
slow. Damn, I was too slow. I saw it happen too. Shit. He's got 5 and an over. He doesn't have overcharge yet. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We continue. Poterim. Poterim. That's a new weapon for Lune. Ooh. Oh, that's kind of cute. Look at it. That's kind of cute. Healing skills generate 1 additional light stain. Okay, cool. That's kind of cool. Okay. That's all she's got so far. Okay. Everybody's all bloody. Not anymore. Wait, is this where I came in? Wait, where did I come in here? This way? What's this? There's no way there's nothing here. My shit is rumbling though. Why? Oh, there's a grapple there. Whee! Whee! Yeah, it's still fucking hot. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm so uncomfortable right now. I am discomfort. I'd like... Am I even going the right way? I think so. I think I'm still progressing the right way. Which means this is the side way? Why is it creepy?
Julian, 59er. Disgusting. Laura's an idiot. I can't believe she convinced everyone to eat the Nevron. They've been puking for the past few hours.
That's disgusting.
Well, we can't move on with so many people sick. I told her it was a bad idea. Hopefully they'll feel better with some mushroom broth to sell their
Some
story.
mushroom broth? I doubt it. Mushroom broth sounds disgusting. What is this? It's like moving. It's alive. It's alive. That ain't your Elden Ring tree? I don't think that's a tree at all. Well, I guess maybe it's a tree. Is that a tree? Is that branches or is that just moss growing from the roof? Blood moss. Cause see, it's over here too. I think that's moss. I don't think it's a tree. I don't think it's a tree. Ooh, a shipwreck. What's over here? Let me up. Let me up. What's over here? Wait, nothing? That's death. Am I supposed to jump to there? No. What is that? What is that? Why is this? Why? There be pirates in these parts. Oh. Oh, fuck. He's goopy. Look at him. He's goopy. Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah. Ah. Why so many? What?
A storm is coming.
What even just happened there? His name is Blaze. Lol. His name is Blaze. Lol. Do you get it? Do you get it? Lol, do you get it?
Take cover.
Okay, what the fuck do I do? I missed. Oh, okay.
Take
Too
cover.
early? Too late?
A storm is coming.
Well, shit. Looks like I'll be trying this one again. Oh. It's okay. It's not the pound, it's the thing after. Yeah. Send in CL. It's fine. Okay. It's the thing on the ground, guys.
Take your shot.
What? What is that? That was a big old burst of runeskis. After winning 4 battles. Yeah, if only I could. What if that's how I cried? Would you guys still watch me if that's how I cried? Because I wouldn't. Yes? I think you're lying. Meh. See? At least Torsten's honest.
Careful, Mael.
Early. Okay.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow. Get kicked in the face?
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink. The hamburger guy that's friends with Popeye. Crispy.
Watch out.
I was early on every single one of those. That's fine, I guess.
Feel the burn.
Resistant to my dick! Shut up! Ah!
Дочка сам. Дочка ста. Feel the burn.
Oh my gosh, it does like no damage. No damage. All right, bitch.
Careful, Mael.
Okay.
Oh, I was early. Fuck, I was early. Preparing a powerful blow. I would so prefer you didn't do that. What? 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 How did you fucking counter that, motherfucker? Well, shit. Well, shit.
Take your shot.
Oh, okay.
I die, so be it. I'll use your knife. Take your shot. I'm waiting.
Oh, it was early. It was too early. Why can't I? Okay. I think I will get the timing down the next time. What time is it? I should probably order food before it gets too late as well.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
That's not food. Ow.
Harriet!
Chrome is flowing.
He burning. Burn, baby, burn. Wait, didn't it say he's... I think it said that he wasn't... Yeah, he's resistant. Okay. Well. Oh well.
Gustav, don't die.
Get ready.
Too early.
I'm ready.
Too early. Too fucking early every time. Let's just bring her back, whatever. Ungalb.
Let's push forward. Feel the burn.
I'm not doing any freaking damage.
Let's dance.
Ready to evade. I'm ready.
I can't tell who he's doing it to either, so I don't know who to watch. I don't know who to watch to get my timing. That's annoying.
Take your shot.
Not a single one. Okay. My timing, oh, my timing's all fucked up and I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. My balls are actually sweating off though right now, guys. They're melting, they're falling off, they're melting. I think I'm underleveled for this fight.
Dodge, Gustav.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Lune, watch out.
Dodge, Gustav.
I have no idea how I did that, by the way. Too early on that one. Too frickin' early.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink.
Flames. On me.
Motherfucker got 19 stacks. Okay. Second one.
Brace yourselves.
Okay. We've got 9 stacks. Let's just keep stacking burn on
Feel
him.
the burn.
I'm ready.
Nice. Feel the burn. Okay, you got 23 stacks of burn. All right.
Dodge, Gustav. I'll do it.
I was slightly too early on that one. That sucks. Okay. Get kicked. Shit. I have overcharged, but I can't use it yet.
Gustav, don't die.
Okay, male with an offensive stance. Go. No. This one? Oh, let's go. She's gaming? She's gaming?
We lay the trail.
We lay the trail. That's it? That was the only thing blocking the way? Okay. Ooh. Wait, did I finish it? Was that it? Did I do it all? Malaya, are you bad? No? Ooh. That was it. That was the game. I win! I did so good. Game of the year, guys. Game of the year. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm such a gamer. She's gaming? She's gaming? That's just a loop, okay. What's this then? Hidden gestural area? What? That sounds secretive and hidden. Rest. Always rest. No rest for the wicked, they say. Somebody said sometime once. I want to fight this guy. Hello? Still run. Show us what you got. Who will fight? Gustav, my boy. Okay. And who will destroy you? Sure. Okay. Oh shit. It's a double! It's a double! It's a double! Okay, do it again. Gotta try again. Obscure. Give it a little burp. Give it a little burp. Get a little. Ah. 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 What? I pushed the button. You son of a. I'm too early. I'm confusing his like swing back with an attack. Is what's actually happening. Okay. And that time he didn't swing back. I hate this game. See? That's the swing. Whatever. I'm about to just like overcharge this motherfucker. This bathhouse talk in the background is weird in my headphones. Can I fight him again? Let's do Lune. And who will destroy you? Big hands, big muscles. Okay. Hi. While you meal prep, what are you prepping? What meals are you prepping?
Chroma's flowing.
What meal? What meal?
Feel the burn.
Oh, I missed that one. Buffalo chicken? Buffalo chick. You mean a buff chick? You're prepping a buff chick? Little buff chick? You know what they say about big hands? Big gloves. Hi, Envoy. How are you? Welcome in. Okay. Murmur. Let's do Mael. And who will destroy you? Dominic Giant Feet. Big Deads? No. Envoy. Thank you. I can't fucking see. 22 months. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
Flames. On me.
Damn. Okay, another big slammies. There we go. And I was too early. Love buff chick. I knew you loved buff chick. Somehow I just knew. Ungald.
Good. Let's dance.
Too early again?
Okay.
They're doing the good old like fucking Godfrey fucking delayed reaction shit. Let's try CL. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's the shtick.
Lady Luck smiled today. I'm waiting.
Alright, CL. That was too early. Well.
Take your shot.
Okay, one more. Okay. Okay. Skills. So many skills. Heals self by 40%. Consumes all foretell. No, I'm gonna do this one. This one. Heal.
Better.
Oh, it's too early. Fuck. Ready.
Good.
Nice.
Take your shot.
Gosh, imagine being such a gamer you could actually do something like an all counter run, which I've seen people do. I'm just not a gamer. Oh my god, oh my god. My god. It's a good thing I have this one attack that I can do that just keeps healing me.
Take your shot.
Just keep healing me myself. That's fine.
Oh, you don't.
Oh my gosh, he's literally almost dead. Quite literally almost dead.
Lady Luck's smiling today.
Just go over the top for the last hit. Just go a little over the top for the last hit. It's fine. You deserve this. Wait, was that everybody? No, that wasn't everybody. Let's do CL again. She was kind of fun. Wait, did I beat everybody? Did I beat all 4? I don't think I did. Oh, too late there. He one-hit me! I was too late! Did I beat everybody? Like, I got the thing, didn't I? Oh, CL also doesn't have any... CL doesn't have any Pictos or any Luminas on. Oh my gosh. Gain shell if fighting alone. Yeah, let's go. And then let's give her some Luminas. Okay, she's got 18 points. Okay. Critical burning. Dang. Dang. Okay, that's not really the greatest. So she's got 6 as well. So... He's got 5. Both of those. She's got 6. Go. Okay. Well, that was silly. I didn't realize TL had no, what you call it's on? Pictos. Luminous, Pictos, whatever. Okay. Oh, that was a 2 for, okay.
Oh, wow. Not today.
That's another okay. I don't know the 2. The one that's 2.
Good. Not today.
Okay, I've got 9. Hmm.
Lady Luck smiled today. I'm waiting.
Okay. I was too early on the second one, but I remembered there was the second one.
better.
Oh.
Wow. Feel better.
Take your shot.
Fuck, I had to itch my fucking nose because the stupid gnat. Damn, I lost that one because I had to fucking itch my nose. They're like so ballsy too. Like they'll just come right up to your face. I see you, Nat. I literally fucking see you. Oh my god.
Ready.
Just missed the first one immediately.
Here's your card. I'm waiting. No, never.
It's so frustrating that I will hit most of them, but not all of them. See, like that one, like
I'm waiting.
I'm missing that one.
Well, well. This one.
Oh my. That's a 3? Since when do you do a fucking 3? Okay, maybe like is CL not the answer? No, she does she can heal herself, so that's fine. I don't think I need to do this. I got the Pictos. I know. Alright, I do actually really quick. I'm gonna go piss a girl. Stretch my legs, go piss girl, all that stuff. And then we'll try again in just another second. Oh my god, the gnat just flew, as I said that, flew in front of me. Ooh, ee, ah, ooh, ee, ah.
있어?
I just sat back down, Nat. You missed me that bad?
없지? 아, 둘.
He's like, welcome back.
I'm waiting.
Fuck. I was early on all fucking 3 of those, dude.
Here's your card. Try me.
Okay. He attacks again. Okay. Okay. Now, let's get some of our fucking health back. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't believe...
Not today. Let's gamble.
Seriously, it's like... I don't know how to put it into words, but I'm very upset about it.
Feel better.
Why does he get 2 turns, though? Fuck. Oh my god!
No, never.
I pushed a button every single one of those times. I just want to say.
Try me. Okay. I'm waiting. Take your shot.
Why is he going so many times?
Let's play. Not today.
Okay, the third one is a very second delayed. Have you been? I have. Oh my gosh. The third one is just a second after, and I'm getting so annoyed.
Unusual life. I feel better. Take your shot.
The third one. The third one again. Fuck. I would just... As soon as I did it, I realized I was too early.
Try me. Not today.
Oh, that's different. Oh, that's different. Fuck, that was different. He threw me off guard. That was not fair. That was not fair. That was not fair. You bullied me. You bullied me. That's not fair. You bully. Nine points? Holy shit. How many fucking things have I not been doing? right, let's try this again now. Let's try this again. Oh, skills. 6. Can't do his yet. She's also got 6. What's this? Stance suited for defenseless to all enemies. Protects allies by taking damage in their place for 2 turns. Deals medium single target physical damage. Consumes up to 10 burn for increased damage. I don't want to consume burn. Burn is great. Slows up to its shields and gains 1 AP per shield. Ooh. How many does that cost? How many does that cost? How many does it cost? How many does it cost? I need to know how many it costs. I don't really use that one. Oh, it's 3? Okay, whatever. I don't really use that one though, very much. Okay. That was pretty dope. Right, she's got 2. She doesn't have anything. She's got 4. What is this? 1 single 4 point. Low single ice, fire, lightning, and earth for 4 hits. Generating the stamina? That takes 3. Okay. Iceland's healing light, mayhem. See, this one's cool, but it's hard to get all 4 stains. And then I'm gonna change this one to this one. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. All right, let's try this again. Wait, can I just rest? I don't know. Okay. Whew. All right, let's try this again with my new skills. Remember? Okay, let's go.
Take your shots.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. That was the uppercut. Right off the get. Right off the get, I'm fucked up.
Here's your card. Try me.
That one. Okay, I think I have to dodge that one, not try to parry that one. Yeah, I'm fucked up. I can't believe I'm already screwing everything up.
I'll use your life. Okay. Take your shots.
Okay.
Ready.
Not today.
Fuck, I hit the wrong button. I am so fucked up already. Oh.
If I die, so be it. I'll use your life. Oh. Not today.
Fuck. The uppercut one always screws me up because he takes a second longer.
Never.
I want to do it with her because I did all the others with her.
Okay.
Okay, focus. We're focusing.
Try me. Here's your card. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, okay. I forget I have to dodge that one. Huh? Yeah. Oh my god. Why?
So be it.
Why suddenly can I not do anything?
Meeting. Unusual life. Try me. Not today.
Okay. Moon.
Your fate is sealed. Try me.
Fuck. Yep. Two moon.
Oh, you can.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Miss every single one of those. I love that.
Well, well. I'll use your life. I'm waiting.
I keep getting so close, and then my timing just gets off by like a second, and then suddenly I'm fucked. And then I can't get it back. And I'm getting XP because everyone else got to 19. I'm so annoyed. But I'm not about to sit here all night and do this. Oh my god. They're getting in my face now. Let's try.
Okay.
Last try. The uppercut. Right. It's always the uppercut.
Feel better. Unusual life. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
I'll use your life. I'm waiting. Tune me in.
Consumes all foretell. But like, so is 3 foretell what I have? Is that what that means? Shit. Uppercut. Every time. Shit. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow on all of them. Why? Okay, now that, like, it didn't even spin, like I missed it. Like it just didn't even do. I feel like something, like every time something happens as soon as I get to like the 2/3 of the way through mark, where like suddenly I'm dodging or I'm hitting the dodge button and it's not doing the dodge. I don't know. Guys, I just with a passion wish you guys could understand these. I think it's 2 gnats because I think I can see more than one and I'm like actually going insane. Like I think I'm actually like losing my mind, you know? Okay. I keep pressing the wrong button. I don't know what to do here. 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 I don't know what to do. I'm just like annoyed. Oh, I don't have her thing. I don't have his thing either. What is charming? What is curly? I don't like curly. I like this one. I want to get their whole little baguette thing. Do you see them? Look, so they have little baguettes. I want to get the whole set. Okay. Alright, let's continue a main quest and we'll come back here. A Venus flytrap? Oh my gosh. It'd be eating good tonight, that's for sure. I like how I said I should order food at 9 o'clock and it's now almost 10. Oops. Oh, I have 37 minutes left to order. Good. I know exactly what I want. It's not hard. I just want this with that. And then I guess I just need a drink. Well, I have a drink, but I need something. Hold on. Where am I think I'm supposed to be going over here? No, is this the place? This is the place I did before, right? Yellow Harvest, yeah, that's not the place. That thing looks scary. Yes, this is the actual place. camp. Whatever, bitch. Hell's nightmare. Oh, okay. $100.
I see why you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets. In Lumia, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah. I hate it too. Things we don't understand. They just make us feel small and powerless. But it helps, you know, to focus on the things I do understand, on the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Yep, but guess what? The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. You can talk to me, you know. We're family. Well, that's what the paperwork says, at least.
Well, the paperwork probably says we're dead too, so...
Yeah, probably. Ooh, nice one.
I know.
I told you, don't get cocky. It was... okay.
You taught me great. Nah.
That's cute. Wait, where am I? Wait, why am I so far away from, like, the rest of my camp? Oh my gosh, hello? I didn't even hit order, I just literally kept, like, looking. Alright, there we go. Oh my gosh, it's still not even enough. That's so funny. The gnats have me on edge? Yeah. It's true. Because they're annoying. Because they're annoying. Okay. There we go. Now we're good to go. Perf. Okay. You're this one who's supposed to watch over the Gestural kids? Yeah, it's me. You've done a very poor job. Aw, can't you seem sad? Why? Yes. You like killing stuff, exploring the world and dying? Not the dying part, but need your help. You've heard of the lost Gestrals, right? The Gestrals who disappeared after the fracture, the only ones searchers are searching for? When the searchers find one, I watch over them until someone from the village comes to pick them up. But 9 of these mischievous imps ran away from me. Okay. Where could they be now? They can be anywhere. I want to see when I become a searcher. But they'll never let me be one if I lose more Gestrals than I find. If you see them, tell them to come back. Okay. For every Gesture you find, I'll reward you the most precious of treasures. Is this treasure gratitude? No, who would trick someone like that? Good, we'll help. Here's what I owe you. Oh my gosh, it's a thing for Mayel. That's so funny. Hi, little dude. Okay. All right. And now you have to pee. Isn't that the worst? Isn't that the worst? Write in the journal. Hi, Ray. Nice hair? No. It's just hair. It's just hair. It's just hair. He writes about Eskia and how incredible it is to travel in such a legendary creature. Nice. Chillin' and lurkin', staying obscure. Love your hair. No. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Oh shit.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not that they are not. And those who live, blithe and free, sins forgotten, and thus absolved. A fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, swimming in ink. We are but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not that they are not.
Those who know not that they are not. So people, they don't know that they're not real. That's my guess.
Want to go for a ride? Apparently, that was where people went on dates, you know? What do you think happened in those cabins?
No, actually, my guess is this was Expedition 50. You see, they created this giant wheel, and they tried to cross the world.
Okay, Professor.
Mes amis, Florey's close. I can feel it.
Come on, you can fly. Can't you get Flora yourself?
Oh no, too much effort.
So, wait. Esquire is that powerful?
Why
Apparently
haven't
so.
we just been doing
But
that the
also
whole time?
lazy.
All right, let's go.
What a weird creature.
Why haven't we just been doing that the whole time? What the hell? What the hell? There we go. That looks better. I was like, my part's all fucked up. There we go. Okay. I thought it was a real horse, but it's not. It's a ride. Carousel horse. Question. Answer.
Interesting.
How much longer do I plan on streaming tonight? At least 2 more hours. Oops, I didn't mean to rest twice. $0.50 first, please. Maybe we'll go to that guy in a second. Almost done cooking. Oh, you cooking? Oh, you cooking all right. You cooking.
Great.
Oh yeah, I forgot to like start doing that stuff too. Cooking lies. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Let's light this bitch on fire. Oh wait, you've got 3. Wait, hold on. Let's do this one.
Elements converge.
Okay. Oh, see, this is the one I was thinking of. This breaking rules one. It's fine.
Flames. On me.
With his buff checks, I know. Alright, 1, 2. Oh, okay. A little late on the second one. That's fine. That's fine.
Feel the burn.
En garde.
En garde. Charge more.
Точка ставлю.
Get ready.
Oh shit. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. I guess not.
ready.
Mexico. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. Somehow managed to pull that shit off. Ungarde.
My sword is dead.
Nice. Take 50% less damage, but can't be healed. That doesn't even sound fun. That doesn't even sound useful in any circumstances.
Great.
A man. A man. So many mans, actually. Many mans. Okay, how's my health? Let's do a little healies. Just in case. Let's go punch this man. Let's go punch this man. Alright, attack. Skills. Let's shoot you in your big dumb heads. Ooh, wait a second. Wait a second.
A storm is coming.
On me.
My timing is not doing the best. What? The fuck? What the fuck? What is this?
Please survive.
Take cover. Not looking good.
Wow. Okay. Okay, well, fuck.
Take down these shields.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Okay.
I'll do it.
Oh my lord. Holy shit. Okay.
Brace yourselves. Danger.
Okay.
Gustav, don't die.
Wait, how are you alive, sir?
Chroma is flowing.
Sir, how are you alive?
I can do it.
You just die. Just die. No longer gain AP on parry plus AP on getting hit. Oh. That's so strong. Let's do it on her. What was it called? Yeah. That one. Right, can Gustav put his other weapon back on now? Or is it not gonna do any damage to these things again? Let's see. Oh, what that?
An advantage.
An advantage. There's a man over there. Let me loot this thing before the man.
Lizette, 56th.
Lizette, that's a cute name.
In my youth, I mistook drama for passion. Simone helped me understand the difference. Opened my eyes to an entirely different way to experience the world. How can she be gone? How could they so callously, so nonchalantly destroy such a beautiful soul? Vile, vile, vile! They just killed her, like she was a worthless Nevron. Those cold-blooded, treacherous, despicable parasites. But Night Trap worked. We caught one of those white-haired bastards. She looks human, but I know she's a monster. She refuses to speak, but I'll make her talk, and then I will feed her to a Nevron. Then the Paintress can take me. I don't care. Nothing matters. I will have justice.
That's crazy. She's a little unhinged. Well, the chicken is cooking. Is cooking. He's flying, I think, technically, right? Are you flying? Can I shoot you that? No? Shoot you in the head? Shoot you in the head again? And then again. And then one more time. I think he's floating, so I think I technically can't hit him. Okay. And then this hit. And then I shoot you again. And then one more time. And then I light you on fire.
On me.
Oh, the last one's a jump. Okay. That makes sense. Hi, Dave. How you doing? How's it going?
Flames. Right.
Skills. Let's do this one. Nice. Nice! What's a Nevron? Ooh, a Chatillon. A Chatillon. Oh, Chatillon. A Chatillon. Chatillon. What's up here? Oh, nothing? Oh, it's a loop. Well, that's kind of boring. Oh, well, that's kind of boring. Grabbies. No, grabbies. A man. A man? Oh, many men. Okay. Well, you see, I'm not a fan of men.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming. Attack. Okay, now. Skills. Whatever. Everybody's on fire. Everybody's on fire. Nice. Okay. See if I can get any of these. 1, 2, jump.
A storm is coming.
I did it. I did it. I feel like I'm just like, I must look like a dummy.
Flames. On me.
Because I just keep hitting these stupid gnats. Motherfucker, you did not dodge that. Get out of here with that. How are you not dead? How are you not dead? Oh, I wasted one. That's great.
Finesse and grace.
I'm going crazy. I feel I'm actually just going crazy. I didn't even have to react. Parries the gnats and not the attacks. Bro, when they actually touch me, I can't help it. It's just a reaction, you know? I don't want to. Play first? Who should I put that one on? There we go. There we go. There we go. Alright, where's the way I'm actually supposed to go? This way? I don't like those creepy things. I don't like them. She's squishy, holy shit. My skills are probably atrocious to people who have played this game. Alright, I have 7. Still can't use his. Still can't use hers. Still can't use hers. Still can't use hers. Okay. How am I liking the game so far? I'm really, really enjoying it. I am very, very much enjoying it for sure. That's why I've been trying to avoid people playing it. Times. Grasped your essence. Oh, I got so close to getting on that. From here? No, I'm not. This place is made to bring joy, not pain. Yet pain is everywhere. Like the creature of darkness at the end of this path, it is but one of her many creations. Beautiful in its own way, but deadly. Her favorite combination. You mean the paintress? Why is she doing this? I don't know. I wish I knew. It is not like her. She was my best friend. But she outgrew us. She had more important things, more important friends. She left me behind. Boy's gone silent. Bro, I feel you. I feel you, my dude. We can be besties. We can be besties. We can be besties. Oh, I got that. Okay, I see where that is. I was like, wait, did I get that? Did I get that? Did I do that? What? The fuck are these? What the fuck are these? What are these? Oh, okay. Frost apparently does. Nice. Wheelchair jumps. Okay. Okay, I was a little early. Hi. Missed all of them, apparently.
Let's spill some ink.
Swings to attack. Okay. Apparently I don't know what to do. Content. Rest. No rest for the wicked. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, look, there's like a little tent over there. Man, the level design is
A shrine to the paintress.
very cool.
The
Oh,
paintress
wow.
destroyed our world, and someone built her a shrine.
The weak-minded turn to whatever they can to explain the unknown.
When you're at the mercy of a power you don't understand, you might try anything.
Interesting. I saw a thing over here. Can I get it? No. First, I have to go around. I'm... Okay. I was like, I'm in the world, but... I suppose not, huh? Oh, I can go again? Let's go.
Gustav, don't die! Finesse and grace.
I was too early on both of those, I guess? Hmm. Energizing pain. It's a little tough to like learn the timing on some of these things, especially because like I can't keep fighting them over and over again. Haha, tricked you.
Interesting. Useful.
Oh wait. There's something over here.
Lucille of the 50th. Our beautiful wheel. Wedged upon the rocks. A casualty of the massive serpent of the sea. But even shattered, its presence is still comforting. Adrian and Gabriel are doing their best to sustain morale, but with
This
no
is a long one, holy
food,
shit.
no clean water, no way to fix the wheel, our fate is quite clear.
Oh my gosh, they really did go on the wheel. That's so
I have
funny.
no desire to hold back the hopes of others. Perhaps. Perhaps we will find a way back. Still, these moments of quiet, sitting on the beach, are also a source of contentment. All our lives we've been running, trying to outrace time, trying to reach an unreachable goal. And now we can finally rest.
Shoot.
At least we got to see some of the wonders of this world. Even the serpent, cruel as it is a deadly elegance that is mesmerizing. But oh, what other marvels might we have seen had we been able to keep rolling? I sometimes wonder what it would have been like to grow up outside the dome. Perhaps even live amongst the Nevrons.
The dome?
Could we have achieved a form of peace? Or even prospered alongside them?
What's the dome? Do we live in the dome? I hear a thing. There he is. Okay. So... did we come from this way? I can't remember. Oh shit. Wow. Beautiful. That was beautiful. Let's give everybody
Let me help.
boost. Okay. I probably should have just done regular. Oh shit. Okay, I got the first one that time, at least. That's something. Oh, I tried to jump it, but... oh well.
On guard.
If target is defenseless, play a second turn. Let's go. Nice. Now I get to play a second turn. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Okay, so there's something up there. How do you get up there? Oh, like literally right here.
Great.
Nice. SOS power. Apply powerful when falling below 50% health. That's kind of cool.
Lovely.
Lovely. Alright, I guess we'll fight this motherfucker. I guess we'll fight this motherfucker too. Okay, now he's burning.
Feel the burn.
Okay, now he's burning.
Please survive.
A storm is
All
coming.
right.
Lightning, strike.
Flames. Brave.
Charge.
Let me taste death!
Let's go. Just get burned. Thank you. Just get burned. Thank you. We continue. Seismatode. Seismatode. All right. So we fought that rando dude. We went that way. For those who come after. Oh, I think I did this already too. Yeah, because I came from that way. Okay. Do I go to the pirate ships? Wait, didn't I come from the pirate ships? Yeah, I came from this way. Okay. British accent. I know. I love the British accent in the French game. I don't know. I like don't want to be right, but like there's just a lot of things that are kind of pointing to it and I'm like, interesting. I don't really want it to be right. Because I don't want to have figured it out, you know? I want the game to present it to me when it is ready. What do you think? I think that I think we're in a painting. Like I think all of it is in a painting. Like the let's spill some ink, like that kind of stuff, and like people being like, oh, the paintress painted these enemies, like created these enemies and stuff. Like I think we're in the Matrix. We are in the simulation that is the painting. That's my guess. No, come here, let me punch you. Let me punch you. It's Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, it's super Alice in Wonderland coded, for sure. Did I blow up one of his... I thought I blew up one of his, Orbeez there. To go again. Okay.
Get ready.
Oh shit. Ah shit. Ah shit.
Gustav, don't die.
Chroma is flowing.
Gotta kill this motherfucker. Die, motherfucker, die!
I'm ready.
Watch this shit. Oh look, I get to go again? What do you mean? What a coincidence. What a coincidence I get to go again. It is the voice of Shadowheart, yeah. It is the voice of Shadowheart. Yeah.
Well,
and this guy is the voice is Charlie Cox, who's a Daredevil in the MCU. Oh, little vendor. Hello. What you got? Trade. Oh, a ponytail for whomst? A CL ponytail. Okay, sure. Polished chroma catalyst. Oh, let's get all of these. Right, the merchant. Okay, let's go. He's a really good lawyer. He's a really good lawyer.
I'm waiting. Ready.
What? I'm sorry, what?
I'm waiting.
Sheesh. That's a crazy fucking song, bro. That's a crazy fucking song, dude. That was crazy. I thought it was stuck on repeat. It was just in the menu. It's like glitching, like Alright, I have to go piss girl, but this guy's definitely gonna fight me, so we're gonna pause, and I'm gonna go piss girl. Otherwise, I would leave you on the ambiance. Be right back. It's not. It's just waiting for my quesadilla. Maybe my quesadilla will help me fight. Maybe my quesadilla will love me. Okay. Let me put these back in. Let me get a bite of my quesadilla. I spilled my sour cream. A travesty. What a travesty. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sour cream murder. Herder. Oh no, only solution is murder? But then who's gonna make me my food? But then who will make my food? If I've murdered everyone? Okay. Alright, let's go fight this dude. You punch! Ice Lance. No, let's fire.
Let's spill some ink.
Let's spill some ink.
Blades. On me. Hurry it!
Danger.
Okay. 1, 2, jump, and there we go. Okay.
Take cover.
Shit. Missed the second one on that one. Okay.
Feel the burn.
I'm ready. Take down the shields.
What? Nice. Okay. About to jump. Oh, I was way early on that.
Ready to parry.
A storm is coming.
Sharpened.
How did that not break everything? Okay. Let's just go over the top, you know? Over the top. Only one. It will set an example. Yeah, it's right. Set an example to the rest of them. It's true. It's true. Oh, I'm going backwards. Hold on a second here. Whoa. Yeah, somehow I ended up going backwards. Okay, so there's that guy. And then... Yep. Let's touch this real quick and then go down. What do we got? 3. 1 of those. 2 there. Oh, male has none? Okay, cool. Hold off on skills because I'm saving points. Oops, sorry, my phone is probably making weird noises and everything. Sorry, guys. Okay, this guy's gonna come down here. Oh. Now he's gonna get the first shot. Oh no. Oh, look at her. Getting two.
A storm is coming.
Oh shit, that was a 3. I didn't even realize that was a 3. Oh well.
Let me flow.
Okay. This way? I think into the lanterns, I think, is the right way. Crazy. Yeah, see, I did this. And then how did I get fucked up? Is this a loop? Is that what this is? How did I get fucked up? Okay, here. Fought that guy. What is this? Oh, well, I don't know how to beat these guys. You have to, like, get them to go against something? It seems like they have, like, a set little pattern. Where's that purple I just saw? And I came in. Oh, it's over there. Hello, sir. Oh, there's one of the locks. I see that. Yeah, see, there's the cage. There's a lock right there. Am I too far? No, okay. There's one there. There's one. Nice. Give me. Ooh, is that a legendary?
Perfect.
What? Okay. Oh, look at it. Oh my gosh, do you see it? This, I don't care. This is the only weapon I'm using for the rest of the game on her. That's it. That's the only weapon that matters to the rest of the game. I just want to I hope I can just like continue to level it up. Alright, can I get by this guy? I'll just fight this guy. Maybe just this guy? Let's go. Oh my gosh, look at my sword! It's pink! Oh, it's everybody? Come on, that's not at all what I wanted.
A storm is coming.
Ungarde. Oh wow, that sucks. Okay. Well, shit.
Please survive.
Yeah, go ahead and shield your allies that I just killed. Okay. 1, 2. Oh. Okay. Okay, well, disrespectful.
Take down the shields.
Let me paint death!
Punch you in the nuts!
Now's our chance.
Let's spill some ink. On fire.
Nice. Nice. I'm not as bad as I was yesterday. Not as bad as I was yesterday.
Useful.
What do I have in my hand? Why do I have that? What was in my hand? What is in my hand? What is this? What is what? A light? But there's lights in here. Why is he turning it up? There's lights in there. Why? It's lit up, Gustav. It would make sense if it was a dark cave. But like, it's the only place in the entire part that was lit up already. That's funny. Hold on, let me eat another bite of my quesadilla before it gets cold. Or the gnats get it all. Oh, it's dead. See, this one makes a little more sense. Tide Caverns. Oh, here you go. CL has so much health. Holy shit. This is cool as fuck. This is cool as fuck, man. Whee! Magic rope. Wow. That's cool. Can I go in the water? I'm afraid to try. There's another. What? Why did he go the other? Why did he face the other direction? Now that we're not going to be first. Nice.
Brace yourselves.
Into the mines of Moria. 1, 2. Go down.
Finesse and grace.
Finesse and grace.
Coming. Lightning, strike.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Shit. Well, sometimes you don't always get it. You're punching the nuts. Let's go. Let's go.
Strike!
Gustav, don't die!
Gustav, don't die! Stop it! You're so annoying.
I'm ready. Take down the shields.
Go. I thought it was a lootie, but it wasn't even a lootie. It's just the shine of something that looked like a lootie. Ridiculous. Looties? This seems lootie. Oh, okay, that seems way long for a lootie. Oh, there's a lootie right there. I see it. Lootie patootie.
An advantage.
An advantage? Not everything is an advantage, okay? Just saying. Sometimes it's just useless stuff. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oroche.
Let's spill some ink.
Oh wait, there's 3. Never mind. I take back that.
Stain them.
That was embarrassing. It was a 3-fer, not a 2-fer. That's fine. We did it. We did it. Wait, I can go down more? There's so many options. So many options. Wait, why are you all here? Oh, sweet. So if you do hit them and they're orbs at the same time, oh, beautiful. Frickin' Gnat again.
Elements converge.
Have you won yet? I'm doing better.
Take down the shields.
I'm doing better.
A storm is coming.
Lune, watch out!
Gustav, don't die.
Hey.
Let us stain them.
Doing great, moving right. No, I'm doing better. I'm doing better than I was doing yesterday.
Let me take this! Get ready.
Shit, the third one always. The third one always gets me. Hello and good night. Oh, good night, DJ.
Great.
Okay. Can I help you? Ooh.
Well, that will help.
Wait, are they all breakable?
Lovely.
Oh. It's a little parkour puzz, huh? Great. Immediately missed it. Wait, where's the down? That's up. So where's the down one again? You can watch stream? Let's go. I love to hear that. Wow. Oh. Oh. I guess we'll try it, right? I don't think I got it off in time. Okay.
Woo! Danger!
Holy shit, okay. That's like a 4 or 5 one. Resistant to ice. Okay. Lightning does okay. Oh. Fuck. Okay, okay. Holy shit, so it does like everything damage. Shit, okay. Oh, that hit her the entire time. Okay, shit. I think my timing was so off on that one. I'm not even gonna send the reserve machine into that. Holy shit. My timing was so jacked for that one. Like, I'm not even gonna try. Oh my. Okay. See if I can actually get the thing off this time. Okay.
Let me help.
It's flowing.
some ink.
Let's spill some ink. Jeez.
Flames. On me.
Yeah, okay.
Brace yourselves. Lightning, strike!
I can do it.
Okay.
Flames. Brave.
Okay. Shit. Shit. I was early on that one. I was early on that one.
Not looking good.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay.
Lightning, strike!
Okay. Oh, okay, fuck. Okay, fuck. Okay, shit. Oh my god, okay. I don't know how I fucked that up so fucking bad.
Guess this.
But I beat him. I don't know how I fucked that up so fucking bad, but whatever.
Perfect.
Oh wait, isn't this is the manor. There's a manor door here. Okay, so what's gonna be different this time? Okay, now I'm in this weird bedroom. Examine.
Oh.
Oh. There's nothing else in there? Okay. Oh. Do I have to put this outfit on? No? Okay. That's it? It's just this wardrobe, okay. Oh, nope, it's going out to the main room. Okay. So more of the mansion just unlocks as you go on? Seems to be. Because this is the kitchen where we were last time. I still don't know what that fucking switch did. I already cleaned up. Sir. Looks like that's everything on this bottom floor here. So it looks like the way to continue is still above here. Okay. So... this way? No, I came from that way. This way? Oh yeah, this weird, dark, ominous way that doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. Let's go. No. Open? No? Oh my god, why? Why creepy death noises? Why creepy death noises? I'm ready.
Take down their shields. On guard.
Take cover! Danger! So much potential.
The dance begins. Take down their shields.
Okay.
Grenade, watch out!
Точка ста.
Oh, I was too early.
Now's our chance.
Okay.
Finesse and precision.
Ooh. Okay. Have we been underestimating fucking Mayel this entire time?
For those who come after,
Gustav, don't die!
Oh, it's too early. It worked though. Mayel was your favorite. I don't want to have favorites because from what I've heard sad. Wolfie! 46 months. Holy shit. 46? Yeah, 46. I remember that right. I am still going. Probably about 20-ish more minutes, give or take. They had to patch her because she was so OP. Why would they do such a thing? Oh, shoot. I tried to do this one before and I fell. No! I hate platforming so much. I hate it so much. You're enduring the quest with us. Alright. This one? Okay, she didn't even jump that time. This one. Why are you not jumping? Like you're I feel like you're doing it on purpose. No, no, no. What? What was the roll for? This is it. This is the whole rest of stream. Okay. Hop. Hop. That you did. Oh, you didn't hop. My Minecraft parkouring? Have you that doesn't exist. I'm bad in Minecraft too. I'm bad at all the games I play. What do you mean? No. Now that time she jumped over. Okay. You know what? I don't want this blue thing. Whatever this blue thing is, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's a Picto? Yeah, but she doesn't want to do the thing. Hop. No. I'm going to scream. This is the last attempt. Last one. And then we're moving on. I'm waiting. Are you just trying to see how long? Okay. Not going past the area where the lanterns light up. So like the further ahead of here, you mean? Several cutscenes in sequence, he says. I'm a gamer.
Well, that will help.
Okay, so where does that leave us then? So not this way then? How do I get in there? You'll know when you see them. Okay. How do I get up there? Eh. Eh. Purple.
We can use that.
All right, so there's an uppies, and there's an nothing, and there's a nothing. Ooh. I almost fell. Feel like moving? No, I definitely, if it's about to be a story beat, I definitely am gonna want to wait.
Flory is over there. Ooh. But I sense something scary.
Scary. So I can go over here, it looks like. Or I can continue into that hall. Wait, I thought I saw a purple from over here. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. Flooded buildings. No doors though, huh? This is some weird Fallout / Last of Us nonsense over here. Stop chasing me. Stop chasing me. It's feeling a little sad, kinda, right? Ooh. Sir. Sir.
Watch out!
I really thought I got that timing, but I guess I fucking did not.
Now's our chance.
Now's our chance. Going to sleep? Okay, Nikki. You're not missing much. We're probably ending very, very soon. Good night, everyone. Good night, Nikki. So I can go that way, or I can go in here. These don't open, ever. Cool. Oh. Yeah, I'll fight this guy, I guess. Okay, fuck me. Nice. Wait, that didn't blow that up? Okay, that's kind of bullshit. Oh my god. There it is. Okay. Garde.
Take down their shields. Please survive.
Oh. Dude, oh, that's a many. Okay. Okay, well, that's fine.
Get ready.
Please survive.
I don't even know what I was looking at, honestly.
Lightning strike.
Ah, bitches. Okay, gotta wait for the little weird projectile that's going around him. There we go. And same thing with this one. Does it go in front of us? It does, okay. That one though. There we go. Bum 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 bum. That was very stupid of me.
Brace yourselves.
What's up?
I don't even
ready to evade.
I don't even know what I'm dodging there. Okay.
Take cover.
1, 2. Okay. I'm too early. Too early.
That hurts.
It hurts. Yeah, no shit, it hurts. Defenseless. Okay. I really thought I was hitting parry in time, but I guess not. Alright, this one fucks me up. Okay. I'm too early. All of those times. Give me a good mark. Come on. Fine, you bitch. Okay.
Let's push forward.
Oh, it's too early. God damn it.
Ready to evade. That hurts.
Well, shit. Well, shit.
That hurts. Elements converge.
Oh, I just need one more.
Not looking good.
There we go, finally. Finally! Okay. Let's get this.
Well, that will help.
What's this? Oh, Downies. Oh, that's there. Oh, okay. So this is a shortcut, I believe. Okay, so I went that way, so let's go this way. And then it goes up. Oh no, it just goes back. Because there's another one up there, I saw it. Nope. Can't grab that, I guess. Grab that. Yep, okay. Let's go. Oh,
Lovely.
Lovely. Is that a flag? I can't tell if that's a flag or not. I want to stop at the next flag. Okay. Wait, how do I get that? Wait, how do I get over there? Interesting. There's a zippy thing over there. How we got here though. Oh, see, there's one. Yeah, that's the one that brings us here. Okay. Alright. Last fight.
Chroma is flowing.
Ba, ba, ba.
Elements converge.
Okay.
Break.
Nice. Countered.
Brace
Okay.
yourself.
Same thing again.
Touch this up. Let the ink flow.
Let's spill some ink. Take down the shields.
And then go again. Don't mind if I do.
Take down the shields.
Shields. Okay.
Get ready.
Take cover.
Nice.
Ready to parry.
A 3-hit combo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. None of those were the letters or numbers that I was counting.
Lightning. Strike.
For those who come after.
For those who come after.
Gustav, don't die!
Shit.
Gustav, don't die!
A storm is coming.
Not looking good.
Oh my lord.
Flames. Brave.
Nice. Ooh, that's not the greatest. That's not the greatest. Okay. Let's attack.
Lule, watch out!
Shit, I missed the second one.
Gustav, don't die!
Get countered?
Not giving up. Take down their shields.
Alright. Gustav? My guy?
Let me paint death!
Nice. Perfect! Look at that, perfect timing. Alright, I really was hoping that there would be a flag over here.
Nice.
Hopefully there's one right here. Or soon. Or soon. Okay, so there's a way across there. And then there's also this. Ooh, another Legondary. Coralim. Is that... Oh yeah, it is better than this one. Is it? 242? No, it's not better. It's not better. I just want to get to a flag so I can end for the evening. I mean, I know it's not necessary to end at a flag, but... Oh, I like it. Oh, a flag! Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. All right. There we go. All right. Not sure how many people are still hanging, but let's just see how many people are here, first of all, and if there's anybody we can raid. Fun. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's very fun. Okay, Brian is playing Elden Ring base game. He's doing a speedrun. He is a fellow firekeeper. So if we could do a firekeeper raid for him, that'd be super cool. Could we do more of the game on stream? Music is nice. Yes, this is probably gonna be my game. Obviously Wednesdays are with Key and Saturdays are with Gigi, but I think this is gonna be my game for a little bit. We were gonna start Red Dead 2, but obviously that's not happening because I'm definitely doing this instead. The music was so intense. That's so funny. Yeah. So we're gonna go raid Brian. He is a firekeeper, so please do the firekeeper raid, which is this firekeeper one, this last one. And I will see you guys on Wednesday with Key. Thanks for hanging out. Go say hey to Brian. Enjoy. Bye. Bonjour. Au revoir. Au revoir. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye forever.